Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2, hello. Check, hello, check, 1, 2, check.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we open the circuit for practice for round 7 of the Race at Home Championship organized by the Ceylon Motorsports Club. You see, under the name of Praveen Peter, that will be Mevan. We have Mevan running in his car. And Brian will be using his father's account, Saman. So Praveen Peter, as we see him on the circuit, will be Mevan. And Saman Pereira will be actually Brian. As we sort out the technical stuff of sound. Come to you this bright early morning. As this one penultimate round of Race at Home rugby class twice round. First and then lap class. Waiting for two drivers to come. they go. Most of these cars, the car by choice being the Nissan GTR, and some of them using the alternate car as well. I've seen a few more cars, and we see Mevan Pereira still. And then you have on circuit as we see Mevan, and under Mevan Pereira's name we will be seeing Kevin Pereira driving. So the three brothers now having changed their cars, and their the cars being the drivers being swapped around. Okay, now I think we've sorted out the technical stuff. As there you have on screen Brian Pereira. Brian, as we told you, who usually is in Australia, today driving from his home in Sri Lanka, and I'm told that he's driving off his father's rig. So the three brothers who are on three different rigs, driving from within the same room, I take it. Seshan leads the pack. Seshan leads the pack by 1/10. And Seshan in his customary car, the GTR. Well, he also leads the championship. A total of 7 drivers today. We're waiting for the 8th and the 9th, who have not shown up as yet. And I think we will be starting soon. As we've just been informed that Viren Boteju cannot make it for the for the first race, and he might join us for the second. We've also missing Anthony Shanuk. I think he's in Dubai. And I think Sam will be starting the qualifying very soon, as we will go into the first bit of the race at home round 7. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Race at home, round 7. Seshan Gunasekara leads this whole pack. And we have Brian Pereira in second, Kevin Pereira in third, Imdad Hussain, who's in fourth at the moment, Angelo Senratna in fifth, Thiago and Mevan are in the pits as we see it. Championship is very tight, I'm told, and the top two drivers are separated by a mere 10 points, and third and fourth are separated by 2 points. So Sashan Gunasekara leads Brian by 10 points, and Thiago Pereira, who's in third at the moment, leads Mevan Pereira, I think, by 2 points. So it's a tight top point of the championship. As we see these cars all the way down in Australia with the circuit lights on, waiting for the cars to see the checkered flag for the end of practice. So 220 for Sashan Gunasekara, Brian Pereira 210, Thiago in third 172, Kevin Pereira is 170, Angelo Senratna is 126, Mevan Pereira 102, Viren Boteju at 90, Riaz Hafrat 84, Dasun Ranatunga 82, Imdad Hussain 44, Rise UM 44, and Imdad Hussain 10, and Anthony Shanuk 6. Some of these drivers have not taken part in all the races, so therefore the number of points they have achieved or got over the period has been pretty low. And as we come to the end of the championship, actually started off with 14 drivers, and we've dropped down to 7 today. 2 will be joining us for race 2, and the others have other functions that they have to attend to, we're told. Race as we go in for a commercial break shortly. We'll be back with you. Are you watching? No.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
Out for the qualifying of the pro class at the Race at Home Championship organized by the Ceylon Motorsports Club and sponsored by Lab 57, J Homes and House of Glass. Ladies and gentlemen, round 7 of 8 rounds, and as we come into the pro class, the circuit, not for the faint-hearted, the walls extremely close to the circuit, limited runoff in the uphill area and the downhill area before you come into the open part of the circuit, and you see that Praveen Peters' name there, but that's actually Mevan Pereira, who's on circuit at the moment as the first car out of the pits. I assume was Thiago, so he's got the name on the top of the leaderboard. But realistically, they are all on their installation lap, where they will come in and start their out lap, as one would call it. They are on the out lap, where they will come in and start their qualifying lap shortly. So these cars all, I think, are all GTRs today, different colors. This car, Angelo Senratna, as you see, the bright livery in red with cake on it, and CMSC at the back of it, so carrying all the branding of the club. That's Mevan Pereira, again with the target on the side of the car, the sponsor, as he leaves space for Imdad Hussain, who's on 4th out of the pits. Brian Pereira driving the father's rig, Saman Pereira, and that is Mevan, who's driving, I think, his own rig, or that's Kevin. So Kevin is driving Mevan's rig. Not too sure why these drivers could not change their call signs, because they could have logged into their own accounts and driven. Sam?
Because out of the 3 Pereira brothers, 2 of them are in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, but they can still change their code, the PSN account to...
Yeah, I guess so, but I guess they don't want to do that. That's why.
They could have made life easier for the spectators. I'm sure we can ask them in race 2 whether they can...
No, but according to the 2 brothers, they're going back to Australia, I think, next week or
today.
something.
I'm told
today?
that.
Is it today?
I'm
Okay.
told that they're going back today.
Okay. So I think once they go back, they should be okay.
Yeah. Brilliant. They're trying their hardest here to get on pole. None have actually set a qualifying time as yet. They should have come and they should have got a lap time by now. 6 minutes remaining, as Thiago has set the quickest. As we see Seshan coming up to take or to go past the line. We'll see where about he is 2.1 seconds behind Thiago. Thiago seems to have got pole today, and Sam here, who's in race control, talking to all the drivers via Discord to ensure that they are all within each other's range of competition. Thiago 2.1 seconds ahead of Sashank Gunasekara, who's the usual suspect of being on pole. We have not seen, we've seen, Brian Pereira has actually got the quicker one there. Brian Pereira, who's now second. Excuse me. So, Mevan Pereira is second, Seshan third, Imdad Hussain fourth, Angelo Senratna fifth, Kevin Pereira sixth, and Saman Pereira, who's back in the pits with a limited amount of fuel. I'm wondering what exactly he's trying to do there.
Saman, that should be Brian.
So Saman is Brian, that's right, Sam. But we're wondering why is he in the pits so early, because it takes a bit of time to get out of the pits and come back. and he's only got 4.3 minutes remaining. I mean, it's not really ideal to go into the pits at this point of time.
Maybe he's trying a different strategy.
Maybe he is. I mean,
this is going to be a 12-lap race.
And I'm told he's driving the brothers' rig, which is also the Fanatec steering wheel. So he's adapting to something.
That's one of the reasons that they don't. Maybe they didn't want. I don't know.
Not too sure.
Yeah, I guess I mean, he's got the same rig. I think he's got the same rig in Australia, right?
I'm not too sure. So Seshan Gunasekara betters his time and he's 1.3 seconds away from Thiago. Thiago seems to have done a flyover of a lap. Helps to get out of the pits early, I presume, and be adjusted. That's Thiago there in the SLT branded car. I'm told that he's going to be sponsored by Sri Lanka Telecom in his quest for the real world as well, as he goes to Katakurunda with the brand of Sri Lanka Telecom SLT Mobitel at Katu in his Nissan March. Seshan Gunasekara 1.3 seconds adrift from Thiago, followed very closely by Mevan Pereira, who's also about 1.6 seconds away from Thiago. Kevin Pereira there in fourth, Imdad Hussain, an admirable fifth, Angelo Sembrata. This boy is generally very quick, Sam.
Yeah, he needs to push a little bit.
He needs to push the car a little bit more. And these cars are all running absolutely equal because they are all with BOP.
Yes, on.
So there is no way that these cars are any different to each other. It's amazing to see all these guys.
I believe Thiago has posted the fastest lap right now.
Yes, it's a 1:51.117. It's a good one for him because he needs to also pull himself up a little bit on the championship. He trails by quite a bit. I think he's got
172 points.
172
points.
As opposed to 210, which is quite a. Even after two races, it's a Herculean task. But at least he can cement his third place. There you see Brian. It's not the Brian we see normally. I mean, there's something wrong here. Brian.
I mean, he should be familiar with this track. He lives in Australia.
Yeah, living in Australia and being familiar. I mean, he's driving with a rig. See, he's bouncing off the walls there. He's pushing it to its max, but I'm not too sure. Let's see he's just about to come past he's quickest there by 1/10th, not really making it stick. He's got to make it stick all the way. He's in a purple sector. I'm not too sure these purple sectors are. Is it overall? Is it just his personal?
His personal.
His personal. Okay, so he's got a bit of an uphill climb there. Angelo Sembrata. There you see it. Angelo second. I told you, Angelo is on fire as well. He's quite close to Thiago. I mean, he's there. No, he's 7/10 away still. That's a brilliant drive. Let's see what Seshan Gunasekara can do. Seshan Gunasekara, where is the boy? Seshan, just 12 years old, took part in the karting slalom last week as well. His first time in a go-kart in the real world, and he's coming to grips with the circuit, Mount Panorama, as we call it, and Bathurst, if I'm not mistaken. Bathurst. In there you go. There you see.
Can he make it?
Brian has got second place, and Seshan will ride on board with Seshan as he comes to that little chicane there, left. Now a short straight into a hard braking left-hander. I don't think he can make it into another lap.
No.
And that's it. It's curtains for him. Let's see whether he's managed to get up the grid. Not quite, I think. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there as, yes, he manages to get in for another one final lap. Seshan is 1.3 seconds. He's finding it difficult there as Angelo still moseys along, and he's a brilliant driver himself, Angelo. And I have to say, all credit to him. He's managed to keep this car on circuit. I hope I don't jinx it for him. As you see him take that left-hander back again. Let's see, can he?
Can you please mute
No,
your mic?
I don't think he's.
Yeah.
It's amazing. He's only
Mute your mic.
2,000ths of a second away from his usual lap time, as Brian Pereira is 2/10 away from Thiago. Thiago has cemented this. I think he's only done one run. No, he's still out there. Thiago's still out there trying to better his own time. As Emdad too has done another fly of a lap. Great drive by Emdad as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, these are the top drivers in the pro class. The top 8 drivers or 7 drivers, the 8th and the 9th and the 10th not being able to come, but this is the top tier of driving. So you see some fabulous racing as he has Brian has beaten Thiago to the flag, and we see that Thiago is on the last bit. Let's see whether he can better it again. No wonder Thiago was trying his level best to get there. Thiago's is not there. Yes, he has done it by a 1/10. He's done it by a 10th, and that is sheer determination. And let's watch Seshan. He's the man who's on a roll as we finish qualifying. Okay, so we're starting the race now. So on pole is Brian. I thought, what happened? So we've got Thiago who leads the pack now, and we will watch to see Seshan has come second. Seshan has managed to pip Brian into the first corner. We'll ride on board with Seshan because that's going to be the middle of the pack, which will be brilliant to see as Seshan has a look down the inside of Thiago. No, Thiago closes the door beautifully as he's going to pace himself to see who's going to be giving him a hard time, because Brian is going to be hassling Seshan as well. It will be all these drivers under severe pressure. They're all up for the championship points. Thiago leads Seshan by 3/10, 4/10, coming up and it drifting apart. Brian falling off a little bit there as Seshan comes all the way up to Thiago's bumper. Thiago not giving in. It will be brilliant to see how they can handle the pressure. Nicely taken there as Seshan Gunasekara follows Thiago into the first few corners, and Brian gives a bit of a gap there and lets these two fellows fight and lose their tires, I guess, because at this point of time it's a 12-lap race. It's a long one there as Brian now gets all the way up to Seshan. He's not going to make a move. These guys are very professional. They know exactly where they are and what they should be doing as they trail each other all the way through. Praveen Peter's name is actually Mevan Pereira, the brother. Mevan in 4th and Kevin in 5th. So the 3 brothers very close to each other, 3, 4 and 5. And Angelo Senratna, who was very close at the top, I don't know what happened to him, lost it out in the first bit and has gone all the way to the back. I wonder whether there was any contact there as everybody now settles themselves into a certain rhythm here. We wait to see what these guys are up to. So Seshan Gunasekara being challenged, no challenging Thiago, no, there's the circuit. If you are in front, it's an absolutely Herculean task for you to overtake. One mistake and you will be on the wall and the barrier, and that too will not be helpful. As you can see, Seshan snaking away there. Brian in 3rd place there. You can see sparks coming off the car as he touches the wall there. Brilliant drive by Brian. Brilliant drive by Seshan and by Thiago to stay ahead of Seshan. Seshan not giving up. on his tail there at the moment. Thiago got the fastest lap of 1:57.419, and as we'll ride down with, there's another battle brewing here between the two brothers. Why is this happening? Mevan Pereira and Brian Pereira. So Brian is, Sam, look at the way Brian is driving. Brian is really finding it difficult to keep that car on the circuit, and he's being hassled by Mevan. So Mevan is hassling the elder brother. I'm not too sure. This is really going to affect the championship points for Brian, because Brian needs that 10 points to have a fighting chance as he comes into the last bit of the championship. This is not going to be fun for either party, and Mevan backing off a little bit from Brian, and as we see, Seshan has now taken the lead from Thiago. Thiago, I think, has hit the barrier somewhere and has incurred a 2-second penalty as well. So that is unfortunate for the boy, but somewhere down the line, I think there's going to be the penalty has to be served, as Thiago is now falling away a little bit. That was unfortunate, as you can see the car snaking about there. This is a tough circuit, as little Seshan there cements his lead by almost a second to Thiago. Thiago now having to battle Seshan in front and Brian at the back, but also has a penalty to serve as well. So at the moment he's safe because he's just about 2 seconds ahead, and that's unfortunate for Thiago, but that's okay. These things do happen. It's a 12-lap race. There's going to be pit stops and anything can happen. These races are not won in the first corner, in the first lap. So we wait and see how this pans out, as the drivers there snaking their way up and down the mountain here, as it truly is a panoramic view from where we are. Kevin Pereira there, he's not really made a huge impression there. I think he's finding it difficult in that car of his. Angelo, what has happened to Angelo? Angelo has really fallen off the grid, and we don't see Angelo making a huge impression on Kevin. He's really fallen off on the entire lot. Imdad Hussain.
Maybe he's on a different strategy.
Maybe he's on
we have only completed 3 laps out of the 12.
Yep.
So
Could be.
There's a long way to go.
Plus, you can see he's not really short shifting, but he's saving his fuel as well. I can see. Maybe he's going in for a single pit stop strategy for the whole race, whereas the others, let's go to the top. No, I can't be, because Seshan and Thiago are still very much in the running of the same fuel on board. So I'm not totally sure what their game plan is. But having said that, these guys are brilliant drivers. They somehow managed to get a 10th here, a 10th there. As you see, Thiago all the way up on Seshan again, and managing to lose 6/10 of that penalty, or 7/10 of the penalty he had. He must be kicking himself for hitting a ball somewhere, as the gap has come down to 4/10, 3/10. As Seshan now has the pressure from Thiago. Thiago must be having a ball of a time right behind the car. And Seshan also not really giving any way. Oops, a bit of a wiggle there, as he loses some time there. He loses almost a second there. And that gives Brian enough time to catch up. Thiago also in the process trying to shed the penalty there. Brian right on now Thiago's tail. He's just under a second. The top 3 under 2 seconds. That's how competitive these guys are. The gap between the top 3 just under 2 seconds. It's about a second adrift from each of them. As you can see, the top 3 drivers now getting into a rhythm and a pace, as Mevan Pereira has now fallen off from the elder brother. There, as you see, Mevan all by his lonely self. There is about 2.5. Is that Kevin, Sam?
Yeah, Mevan is driving his rig.
So Mevan is driving his rig.
Yeah.
Oh, I made a mistake there. It's very confusing. So this is Kevin. Kevin is there, who's in 4th place. Whoops, a bit of a wiggle there. Not ideal. Every time you get on the grass, you're going to lose time. as the top three again keep their places. Thiago has dropped another tenth of his penalty. He had 2 seconds, he's dropped it to 1, and at the end of it, if you haven't served it, you'll end up serving the full second that you have. So now it's 0.9. He's got to slowly lose that 0.9 as well, because if he doesn't, he's going to incur a full 1 second. Seshan Gunasekara leads the pack. As you see them, beautiful lines there. This boy having inert talent to keep this car on circuit. This is the first time that he's taken part in the Pro class, and last year he chose the wrong car and he didn't really make the cut. But this year he's managed to somehow gain the experience that he needed, and he drives his car in a true fashion of a pro. Thiago having lost another 2/10 of his penalty. I think Brian has hit the wall somewhere, because he's suddenly dropped to 3.9 seconds, or his strategy has shown. He can't be a strategy change, because he also is using the same amount of fuel. It's amazing to see how these guys. There you see Kevin Pereira, 8 seconds off pace. I mean, this circuit, Sam, I know you chose this circuit, and it's really shows the guys how they are performing. As someone as Brian Pereira has come in for a very early pit stop. This is very strange. We are five laps into this race, and this is not the time for a pit stop. I would run this race all the way past Brian. Yeah, Brian is coming for a pit stop on the 5th lap. He's 2 laps under his pit window. I would take this. I would have gone up to lap 6 or 7 if I was Brian. But let's see, how much of fuel is he putting in? He must be having to go 100%, and he have to coast, because he's going to run out of fuel on the second bit.
Okay, he's gone into racing soft tires with a full tank of fuel.
Exactly. And so has Emdad. Emdad's coming to the pits as well. It's a bit of an early stop for him. But let's see. I mean, this is a really strange pit strategy for Brian, because Brian doesn't need this pit stop. I'm not too sure what exactly his strategy was, as Thiago is now almost 8 seconds ahead of Kevin, and he's 1.5 seconds adrift from Seshan. So he still has 6/10 of penalties to serve, but he's managing to stay within a shouting distance from Seshan Gunasekara. Seshan Gunasekara leads the pack, having got a lap time of 1:51.677, fastest lap time for the day. That too gets 2 bonus points for your fastest lap time. As Thiago comes into the pit stop now, he's on the 6th lap. He also could have come down extra lap, but I think Seshan and he are both coming in. They both used identical amounts of fuel. This is amazing. And Brian had 34% of fuel remaining in his car when he was 1 lap lower. So these guys are driving faster and also saving fuel. So they've got a strategy here. I'm not too sure whether one can pip the other in the pits, but let's see what they're going to do. Seshan falls down, Thiago is off. Seshan and Thiago, they come out neck and neck again. This is fabulous driving by these two boys. They're fourth, the third and fourth, but Mevan and Angelo have not pitted as yet, so it's not too much to worry about, as the gap between Seshan and Thiago remains at 5/10, as Seshan does a bit of a wiggle there, goes off circuit there. All's good there, because you can't really go too wide, you hit the wall. And brilliant driving by these two fellows. Youngsters, they are still teenagers, neither having a street legal license to drive, and yet for all driving like professional racing drivers. Amazing to see these guys, as we see Angelo getting caught by Seshan, the gap was about 10.5 seconds, and now we've dropped down to 8.5. So you can see the pace of these two guys, even with a heavier fuel load in the car. And Thiago has a little less fuel than Seshan. I hope this doesn't come to bite him in the butt at some point of time, because he might have to coast, because Seshan has the luxury of having more fuel. Thiago has the luxury of having less weight in the car. But come the latter part of this thing, there will have to be a time where he'll have to lift and coast if he does run out of fuel. So interesting strategy there. Let's see what Thiago and Seshan come up with at this point of time, as Angelo goes into the pits, and now we only have Mevan, who's 5 seconds ahead of Seshan. Let's watch and see. Mevan is at the latter bit of his fuel. He can see the headlights of Seshan in his mirrors. So it will be interesting to see what Mevan Pereira wants to do. He leads this race at the moment, but Brian Pereira has managed to catch the fastest time of 1:51.498. So Brian gets the bonus points at the moment, but we are not done yet. We've got 4 laps to go, and we're having a back-to-back race. So as soon as this is over, we will have race 2 taking part.
Yeah. With a 10-minute break, and it'll be race 2.
This is not good news for Mevan. I am a little worried for Mevan. He better come in. He's cutting it absolutely fine with his fuel. This is not good for Mevan. I think his strategy has completely gone out the window. He's being now caught up by Seshan, and Seshan, oh come on guys, don't do this. This is not a good thing. This is not ideal. And this is and Mevan needs to move out of the way, because this is not the ideal thing to do. And Mevan goes off. Mevan goes off there. We'll have an inquiry into that one. And this was not the way to handle this thing. This was not the way to handle this thing. It was a bit of a moment there, as Seshan got entangled in that moment. I'm not too sure what happened. I hope it's not muted. No. This is racing at its best in a certain point of time, as Brian now manages to get the better of Seshan, and we do see Seshan hassling Brian there. I think in the process of Mevan getting in the middle of Seshan, it broke the rhythm. I'm not sure why Mevan did that. He was also fighting for position, I agree, but anyways, it is what it is. The stewards will look into that one. And there you see Brian Pereira battling it out with Seshan. That was a moment that we see Thiago has got a 3.6 second lead over Brian, and we've got 3 laps more to go. I'm not really sure what Brian's game plan was, but anyways, let's see how it is. Brian has managed to maintain the same amount of fuel, and Thiago leads this by 3.6 seconds. He's pulling away from what we see. Thiago has pulled the fastest lap of the day, 1:51.447. Seshan Gunasekara, wonder boy here. Let's see what he can do as he catches Brian Pereira. That was absolute gamesmanship. That was I hope it was not planned by the brothers. It's not a good thing if it happens.
Sorry? What? Oh no, I was doing something else. So.
Stewards having an inquiry into that moment with between Mevan and Seshan.
On lap 8.
On lap 8, they will have a look, and there will be a certain amount of inquiry taking place. As Seshan Gunasekara there comes, beautiful drive. These guys fighting for championship, and they have to maintain a decent gap there, enough space for either one.
Clean racing, guys, clean racing, please, because we are on the final penultimate race of this championship. Clean racing, guys.
As you can hear, Sam there informing the drivers to keep the racing as clean as possible, as we need to keep it as good as it can get. Seshan Gunasekara absolutely clean there, and we see in the process Brian and Seshan parallel to each other. Unfortunately, this is going to be a right-hander at the end of this straight, and Brian Seshan goes all the way round, shows exactly how it could be done, and takes the place. Brilliant drive, cornering, brilliant drive by Seshan there. Absolute control of the car. I can just picture him in an actual car on a circuit. He will be phenomenal. Brian Pereira had no answer. He had the inside line there. He could have braked a little later, but Brian, being the gentleman he is, left enough space for Seshan to come round. Seshan there took the outside way, the path all the way round. Brian could have closed the door a little bit, but he was a gentleman there as well. Kept enough space for Seshan, and Seshan at this point of time managed to get the better of Brian at that point, as Thiago still leads this race. We've forgotten about the boy. He still leads this race all by his lonely self, and got the fastest lap as well. Brakes a little bit there, taps the brake. You can see him there flat out through that area, and a new qualifying lap has been set by Thiago. The fastest time 150.904. That was a good one, as Thiago has got, I think, the fastest lap again. That will get updated at some point of time, I'm told. But quick run there, and Seshan Gunasekara in second, Brian Pereira in third. Angelo Senratne, he has made it. You were right, Sam. Angelo ran a totally different strategy, and there you see Kevin Pereira. Kevin Pereira has come into the pits, so that's going to really upset his race there, because he's going to have to lose a lot of time there, and by the time he comes out, he'll be all the way at the back. These two guys still battling it. We'll stay with them, Seshan Gunasekara and Brian Pereira, all the way to the checkered flag, as we see Thiago quite far ahead. They haven't really caught Thiago extending his lead, and he's got a 6.2 second lead from Seshan, and I think Brian has hit the wall somewhere as well. Yes, he has. Brian has hit the wall, and as Seshan now is 4.2 seconds. 1, 2, 3 are very comfortable in their running. As you see the lap time set by Thiago, he's 151, 151, 152. I mean, pretty close to each other. He knows where he is now, and all of them are now running pretty much on fumes. As I said earlier, there's going to be a little bit of lift and coast as well. As he comes to the last bit here, we'll ride on board with Thiago. As he comes round the final corner, car is pretty much coasting on fuels as he does a little wiggly wig there. And as he wins the race, Sashan Gunasekara slides across the start-finish line into second place. And that was Sashan getting the third place. Brian, 12 seconds adrift from Thiago in third. Angelo Semratna, brilliant drive. You were right, Sam. He had a different strategy and he made it to the fourth place. And there you see him flashing his lights. That was Mevan Pereira. Mevan is...
No, that's Kevin.
That's Kevin Pereira. Sorry, that's Kevin there in fifth place. And there you see him come across the line, 49 seconds away from the lead pack, and over a minute and 40 seconds away, almost getting lapped, is Mevan. Pretty slow today. And there you see Viren has come in for race 2 as well. So that's interesting. We'll have a 10-minute break after this and come back to you with race 2 of the pro race.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for race 2, where Mevan Pereira leads the pack, followed by Kevin Pereira, Angelo Senratna, Brian Pereira. We need to restart. We need a restart here. We will have to restart here. Tiago has to be. And the cars are off. As you see, Angelo has managed to get to the lead there, as Brian, Seshan, Mevan and Tiago are now leading the pack. And Seshan again right on the tail of Brian, and Tiago on the tail of Seshan. So these two guys now on a battle to fight their way all the way up. Let's see where they are, as Angelo Senratna leads these boys all the way, and Viren all the way from the back has managed to get into 6th place. Angelo having got a brilliant start, 2 seconds. For a moment I thought we had made a mistake on the start, but it seems to me everything is all good. And you see Brian chasing Angelo. This is going to be an epic race, because Seshan Gunasekara is now ahead of Tiago, who won race 1, and these 3 guys are going to be fighting all the way, because championship points are seriously at stake here. And we wait to see where there's a little bit of a wiggle there, as Brian gets the wheel off and gets it onto the dirty part of the circuit, which compromises his exit speed. And that little moment of uncertainty gave Seshan the chance to catch Brian. Seshan is going to wait, bide his time. As you can see, Seshan is a brilliant driver. He took Brian all the way around the outside. Brian will not leave space for that this time. We'll ride on board with Seshan to see what exactly he's going to try. And in the process there, all these 3 guys are getting absolutely impatient to get past Brian. I think if you look at it, Seshan is the faster of the driver on this circuit today, and he is trying everything he knows in the book with his little experience as to get there. We've seen Seshan bide his time and take Brian all the way around the outside, and it will be interesting to see what these guys are going to do. Meanwhile, let's ride on board with Viren. Viren missed the first race, and now he's on the second one. He's on the tail of Mevan. Anthony Shanuk all the way from Dubai, driving the Tambapani sponsored car. Anthony Shanuk he runs a karting team in Dubai, the Sri Lanka Kart Club, and there's a phenomenal amount of work for young karters in Dubai. Conducts races and training camps. He's a brilliant driver as well. A little out of his window today. He's coming there as Mevan pulled away and let Mevan Pereira has pulled away or done something where he's all the way at the back. Not too sure what happened. He pulled out and let everybody pass, and he's last at the moment, as Seshan still hounds Brian. The 3 of them now in total tandem, as one would call it. Thiago a little closer to Seshan than Seshan is to Brian. And Seshan there again goes into the wall, touches the wall all the way there. Brilliant driving by all these guys. It's an absolutely difficult circuit to drive on. I tried driving the other day, and it was like for me bouncing off walls, and I couldn't keep the car on the circuit. So I have a lot of admiration for these guys driving at this pace and handling these cars. Brian pulling away from Seshan. Seshan needs to now buckle up a little bit and keep the gap within a second, because anything beyond that is going to be difficult. He's also holding up Thiago at the moment by he's not getting enough speed in there, and in the process you can see Viren Boteju there right on the crisp coming up to Thiago. So it's got to be, something's got to happen, give here, as Thiago tries his darnest here to make sure that he stays within the absolute slip of Seshan. We are down 3 laps here, and Viren catching Thiago hand over foot, as one would call it. But Seshan needs to now get moving and reduce the gap. It's gone to 1.6. He needs to reduce the... He needs to get a move on here and reduce the gap to Brian. And Thiago goes down the inside, has a look, and Seshan didn't really defend it, but neither did he allow the car to go through either. But he's trying. I'm sure Seshan is on a different strategy here, but in the process he's losing time to Angelo and Brian. So Angelo, our race leader at the moment, running the big cake on the side of his car. I thought initially he was sponsored by a company which makes cake, but then I realized Cake is the name of his company. He's into software generation and management and development, I was told. As you see, Brian has a penalty of 0.9 seconds, and Seshan has caught him a little bit. Thiago has dropped off a little bit. I think they're all holding stead to see who blinks first. We've got about 2 laps more before somebody blinks into a pit stop, as Thiago drives with the SLT sponsored car, SLT Mobiter, and there you see these drivers absolutely on the limit. The car's snaking around. Thiago now reducing the gap again to a second. Viren has also reduced the gap to a second, so all four, the top 5 drivers, all within 8 seconds of each other. But Angelo Senratne, the man of the hour, has pulled a 3.8 seconds gap from everybody else. So there you see it, ladies and gentlemen. Good drive by all these guys so far. No incidents, as we saw in the background. Kevin Pereira having a bit of a moment, and there you have Seshan brought it down to 7/10 away from Brian. Thiago is also on the same gap there. I think they are not trying to get too close to each other, because I was told the tire wear becomes a lot more when you're following a car too close, because of the aerodynamic conditions that, or the air that you get, and the cars don't have enough grip when you're too close as well. So there you see the cars there, pretty decently poised, but overall Angelo Senratne has managed to get the lead. Brian still the fastest man on track, 151.518, still slower than the fastest lap which we got from the first race, which was 151.117. Angelo, good drive, but the championship is between Brian and Seshan. So these guys have to now figure out what their strategies are, because in the first race Thiago won with Seshan in second and Brian in third, but the fastest lap went to Thiago, so he gets the bonus points. Right now, in Brian leading Seshan, the gap will reduce because the fastest lap so far remains with Brian. So there's a lot of gamesmanship here. Seshan dives down the inside into the pits. I think Seshan decided enough is enough. He is not going to get anywhere. Both of them have come into the pits actually on the 6th lap. Brian manages to stay another lap, but it's very early days because they've all been driving very conservatively. In the first race, when they got up to the halfway mark, they were at 34% of fuel remaining, and at the moment they're at 43. I think one of them is going to take the other in the pits, because we'll ride on board with Seshan and see who comes out of the pits earlier than the other. At the moment, Seshan is ahead again with a full load of fuel. Thiago having a little less fuel than Seshan, as you can see. And these guys are now riding 5th and 6th with Kevin Pereira at the moment 11 seconds ahead of them. As you see, Kevin there also bouncing off the walls a bit. He's a little bit ragged if you ask me, but Seshan is catching him quite quickly. He's 17 seconds off Seshan, and Kevin is just a little bit under a few tenths behind Viren. These guys all driving extremely well. Brian really not making any impression on Angelo as yet, and the race at the moment, the gaps seem pretty big, but as soon as there you see is a brilliant driving there by the two Formula LGB drivers. Let's see who's going to blink first. Viren on the inside, he keeps the line there. Kevin tries it but doesn't really make. Kevin trying very hard but not really making the cut there. They're both pretty much on very low tires. The tire wear has been quite bad, and I think they might dive into the pits now. As they don't, they go for another lap. This is really going to hurt their lap times, because they're running at 1:56, 1 minute 56 per lap, when the front runners are at 1:51. So that's a bit of a toughie there. As Brian goes into the pits, let's see whether Brian can come out. Where is Brian? Brian is in the pits at the moment. So as Angelo there, Viren is still second. Kevin is still third. Seshan is fourth. Thiago is fifth. And Brian has come out behind these guys. What exactly the undercut performed by Seshan and Thiago seemed to have paid off. That was something I didn't see coming. Sam, quite honestly, I didn't see this one coming. Seshan and Thiago have managed to do the undercut here and overtake Brian in the pits. This is not ideal for Brian, because Brian really needs to get a move on here, and he hasn't got anyone else to help him out as well, apart from the fact that he is now about 2 seconds behind Thiago. Thiago is a second behind Seshan, and Seshan having about 26 seconds on Angelo. So I think at this point of time, Seshan might actually be going to go a little quicker than he did in the first stint, because if you look at the amount of fuel they've been using in the first stint, it is clearly that Thiago and Seshan were driving a totally different strategy. They didn't really push the cars to its maximum capability. I'm sure in the second bit they're going to do that, and they've all got adequate fuel. Viren is still leading this race, and he has not done a pit stop from what I understand. Yes, he hasn't. Viren leads this race. Seshan is second, Thiago is third, and Brian is third. So Angelo has managed to come out right between Thiago and Seshan. Seshan has timed this perfectly. I mean, he couldn't have timed this any better. Come on, Seshan, brilliant drive. Brian, can we have you driving a little faster now, catching this and giving us an absolute epic finish to this 7th round? As you see Thiago there chasing Angelo. It's not going to be easy for Thiago to get past Angelo. Angelo is a very good driver. These two guys have been karting together and have a healthy relationship on circuit in the real world as well. And if you look at it, Angelo, Thiago, Brian, Kevin and Mevan, all of them. Oh, there! That was a moment that Angelo just went a little too wide. The pressure just getting to him, and that was it. Thiago took him clean there, and Seshan they are now about 2.1 seconds ahead of. And that's quite a lead there. 9 seconds there, Viren. Viren having a 9-second lead on Seshan, but I have a feeling that yes, he has come into the pits, and I must say credit to Viren. Viren has been clapping at about 2 seconds off pace from the front runners, and that was on very low fuel and tires. So Seshan leads the pack, followed by Thiago, and Angelo giving a hard run to Thiago there, because Thiago is second and Angelo third. The gap between Thiago and Seshan now about 2 seconds. Seshan pulling away effortlessly there as Angelo tries his level best to catch Thiago, but Thiago managing to stay ahead. Very shortly, Angelo will see the hard charging Brian Pereira catching him, and that's not an ideal scenario for Angelo, because he's going to have to fight to defend himself from Brian and also fight Thiago for a position. So that's interesting as well, as we'll ride with these two guys fighting tooth and nail. There are interesting times here, as Seshan is about 2.5 seconds ahead. The fastest time still remains with someone with Brian Pereira, 151.518, as a great drive there by these boys, as now you can see Brian slowly clawing in on the back of Angelo, which will bring him under a bit of pressure. I hope, Angelo, we want to see you on the podium, boy, so keep your head down and watch the car in front, and an eye on the mirror as well, as one would say, as you have these three guys coming into 3 laps mode with 3 laps more to go. Angelo making the widest eye line there, making the car carry a lot more speed, getting right onto the tail of Thiago, trying very hard to be on the money there, but it's a tough one there, as Thiago is also not going to relent easily. We have about 3 laps more to go, and amazing drive by these three guys. As one would say, no quarter given and no quarter asked. Are they clawing in on Seshan? No, Seshan has managed to keep that 2.2 second lead. Beautiful drive by these guys, and I have to say, thus far clean racing has been witnessed, and these guys now coming to a stone's throw from each other, as you would see the cars there just holding steady. Amazing drive by these guys. I'm so glad to see these guys driving like this. It shows it's a true testament to how e-sport has developed. Last week we had the motorsport games again. Angelo taps the wall there. He just manages to keep the car. I'm sure he must be under tremendous pressure, Angelo, as he does his best in spite of hitting the wall. Amazing drive. Seshan gonna say, and Thiago doesn't make a mistake there, and he's taken by Angelo. Angelo takes him there. All it took was a little moment of indiscretion there. Brian has a look down the inside, has a look down the outside. No, Thiago closes the door, and now he's got the little bit of breathing space that Thiago had from Angelo was taken away, as Angelo did make a mistake there. Thiago tries again on the inside, pressurizes, tries the other side, brakes a little later. No, didn't really make. What driving by these three guys, as Brian tries his darnest, as Thiago just manages to. No, there's going to be again. Was there a tap by Brian there? Not too sure. Lap 10. On lap 10, there was a moment there as Brian managed to get the better of Thiago, And Thiago seems to have got the better of Brian again on lap 11. This is becoming a very heated battle here, as Angelo in the process says thank you very much and pulls a magnificent lead of 1.8 seconds. This is amazing, as Seshan Gunasekara, we've forgotten about the boy, he's way into the sunset, 2.1 seconds there. Brilliant drive by him. We've also, let's ride on board with Viren. Where's Viren? Viren is there in 5th place. Good run by him. This is Kevin. I'm confused with the names at the best of times. And Mevan there in 8th place, and Anthony Shanuk following up at 8. So there you see Seshan 1.8 away from Angelo, who's 2.1 seconds ahead of Thiago, and Thiago's still managing to stay ahead of Brian Pereira, or 5/10 there with 1.5 laps to go. Brian is trying his darnest because he needs to come up the grid to keep his championship hopes alive to win this championship. He's our current champion from last year, and he's trying it. He's only 10 points away from Seshan, but with this kind of a gap building up, this is not going to help Brian's movement here, as Brian tries his level best to get past Thiago. No way, that's not the place you can try it. He tried, there's no choice there, and Brian is at this moment of time getting a little bit desperate, a little bit ragged too in the process, as he tries again to get past Thiago for those crucial points, and it has not really helped. We have another brilliant drive by and Brian there not really making an impression yet. Angelo having pulled away, but Angelo is catching Seshan. What's going on here? Angelo has managed to catch Seshan he's just 6/10 away. Has Seshan run out of fuel or tires? Yes, I think Seshan's tires. Yeah, Seshan has cooked his tires. Angelo has saved his tires, and we will see Angelo coming up to Seshan very, very, very quickly. That's a brilliant run there by Angelo. Viren Boteju, where's the young man? Viren is there again by himself. We ride on board with Thiago. Thiago is again still 9/10 ahead of Brian, but falling away from Angelo. Angelo seems to have upped his pace, and let's ride on board with Angelo to see if he's going to make any impression on Seshan, as Seshan comes up to the last part of his lap. Seshan's fuel is also blinking, but he should be okay, or we hope he's going to be okay, as Brian Angelo comes all the way up to him. Seshan has to really go easy on the throttle because he can see the light blinking, and Angelo's got a lot more power in that car. He can, but manages to hold Seshan. Beautiful drive there. And is it? No, that's what you call a photo finish. Thiago just again ahead of Brian Pereira, another photo finish there. Viren, have you run out of fuel? I hope not. He just manages to get past the finish line. And there you see Viren Boteju getting past there, just about making it there. And that is Kevin Pereira there. Kevin done and dusted there. He's coming up to the last left-hander. This is the last bit. We thank our sponsors, Lap 57, House of Glass, and J Homes for a wonderful championship. 7 rounds completed, 1 more round to go on the 27th, as we will now ride with Anthony Shanuk. Again, he gets valuable points here. Every time he comes, he takes points and goes, which is a great thing. And he enjoys his drive, as you see it. It's quite a bit far, but still. And Anthony Shanuk there in 7th place, as we ride on board with him, that coming down the long stretch, his fuel light blinks as well. And I hope and pray that he can get to the finish line. I'm not really sure what Mevan Pereira's deal was, because he was all over the place. And there you see Shanuk past the little chicane there. And there he comes down to the last corner, left-hander there, and the race ends there with the final classifications. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We see you in a bit when we have the AM race 1.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagasthara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagasthara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back after a bit of a break. We've had some technical issues because we've had new drivers joining us, and as usual, the internet did cause some problems for us. Now we're back. Qualifying for the RAH1 is in place, and we've got a new driver, Savi Ratnayaka, who's been running the Asata Kosa competition only, and we've invited him to come and take part in the Gran Turismo Championship as well. He incidentally, his background is that he qualified to go for the World Motorsport Games in Marseille, and we are extremely happy to have him with us here, trying his hand at this. As you see him driving the car there, he's chosen the choice of car as the AMG, the Mercedes AMG, the 63. Adam Junaid also driving the Toyota Supra. Shane Darren, he's decided to drive the Porsche. Mahilal has also taken the Porsche. I think Mahilal is also the second car of Angelo Senratna with the cake branding on it. Mevan Vikramasinghe drives the Porsche 911. Randika as well, driving the Porsche. Randika Veeravarnakula is driving the Porsche as well. Sachetana Patirana in the Viper, in the Corvette there. Praveen Peter, we see Praveen Peter again, and Praveen Peter this time is actually the actual Praveen Peter. We saw Kevin Pereira driving Praveen Peter's car in the Pro Race 1 and 2. We have Saman Pereira, the father of Mevan, Kevin and Brian, who's in the Porsche as well. Afghan Nizam, after a long time we've got Afghan back in the house, and Afghan drives the Porsche as well. And none other than Maestro Kushan Pires, who's leading the championship from Adam Junaid, who's driving the Dhammika Pires sponsored Porsche as well. So there you see the gap between 1 and 2. Kushan leads this championship by 2 points. It's been a hard-fought battle right throughout the 7 rounds, and brilliant racing has been witnessed by Adam, Kushan, Mevan, who's third in the championship, Shane Daran in fourth, Tamindra Veeravarnakula is fifth, Sachetana Patirana 6th, Mahilal Pires 7th, Randika Veeravarnakula is 8th, Ashan Silva is 9th, Inuk Madhumarachi is 9th, I'm sorry, Ashan Silva is 10th, Pansidu Abevikrama is 11th, Rukshan Patirana is 12th, Sam D. Smith is 13th, Saman Pereira 14th, Aaron Gunawardena 15th, Afghan Nizam 16th, and Praveen Peter 17th. And now we have the new driver, Savi Ratnayaka, who will be also joining the fold. Unfortunately, we had another young man, 7-year-old Taki Usman Atik, who was supposed to drive with us, but unfortunately his router needed to be set up a little bit more, and we found quite a bit of glitching taking place, and as a result, poor Taki had to sit this one out. But rest assured, for the next round we will have Taki on board as well, and we will have some other racing as well very soon. And this time we have Adam Junaid, who's out on circuit in the first of his qualifying laps. We haven't seen a lap as yet by anyone, but it's a bit of a strange thing. It's 2 minutes 53 and we don't see the fastest lap on the screen as yet. And I'm going to ask Sam to do some technical work on the screen and let us know what exactly has happened. So Adam Junaid leads Kushan Pires. Adam Junaid has done a lap of 2 minutes 3 seconds 117, and that's his qualifying lap. A beautiful car there, Adam driving with the J Holmes branding, and incidentally J Holmes is our sponsor as well, along with Pit Pass, lap 57 and House of Glass. So there you see the cars there. So the gap between Adam and Kushan just 2 tenths, and Kushan has gone in for a pit stop and come out, and it will be interesting to see where exactly he comes out. These guys are very hard fought. We see Savi has qualified 4th up to now. This is his first time on a rig of this nature and a game of this nature. So he's had only about an hour and a half of practice for his life on Gran Turismo. So all credit to him as well. Mevan is 5th and Randika is 6th. Praveen Peter is 7th. Mahilal Pir is 8th. Sachetana Patirana is 9th. Afghan Nizam 10th. Saman Pereira 11th. So we've got 11 drivers. We were supposed to have 12. We've got 11 drivers, with Adam still leading the pack at 2:03.117. Mount Panorama, also known as Bathurst, and that's where we are this afternoon as we await an 11-lap race as these cars snake around the circuit. Beautifully branded cars, as Kushan Pires gets slightly blocked by Afghan Nizam, and Afghan, not really seeing Kushan there. Kushan coming down the inside. This is qualifying, so everybody should watch out. And Kushan didn't really make the cut in that one because of I think Afghan delayed him a little bit. But Shane Darren, credit to him too. Beautiful car, I must say. The front of the car looks really menacing, and anyone looking through the mirror and seeing that car in their mirrors is going to be really worried, with a shark fin mouth in his mirrors. As again we have got Savi, who's in the GT there. It's about getting used to this circuit and this car and this rig. Esport is now a very progressive sport, as is also a part of the virtual Olympics, which is due to be held in Singapore in 2024. And motorsport in the Esport Olympics is one of the main events that they hope to have. We had the motorsport games taking place last week, and 58 countries vied for honours, with the United Kingdom winning the championship. It was an amazing live event in Marseille, in the south of France, and the Circuit de Paul Ricard. So there you see Adam Junaid still holding Frey, and Kushan there still two tenths off Shane Darren, and Savi Silva is a couple of tenths off Shane Darren. So qualifying ends now, and we go into race mode for the AM Race 1 as we wait for the drivers to cool down, and the drivers then bring their cars up to the start line. This is not a rolling start, this is a standing start, and all drivers will have to face the starter. Eleven drivers wing for points, and as I mentioned earlier, the championship top 4 are very close in points, so it's anyone's race today. As again you see Shane Darren's car with a similar branding to Mahilal. Mahilal has a similar branding as well, with a face of a shark or some other menacing animal. scary as ever if you see that in the middle of the night coming up. But Savi Silva not done any branding on his car because he's driving from the Ceylon Motorsports Club race at home center, which is the Colombo City Center, the race zone. If anyone wants to, they can join the championship. If you don't have a rig, you can join the championship from the city center. As we see, Kushan Piris has managed to get pole in the last bit from Adam, over a second of a gap there. But here it shows Adam is on pole. I'm not too sure how that works, Sam. So Adam still on pole, or is it Kushan on pole? That's okay. Adam takes off, and we'll ride on board with number 3 to see. Adam is in the lead as Adam takes the inside. No, and Kushan there. Adam gets pushed out and goes all the way to the back. Oh, that is unfortunate there. Adam was on the outside there, couldn't really make it there around the corner. There was no space for 3 cars to go wide. He should have taken the inside line, but unfortunately he got taken out in that first corner and ran wide there. So that is a racing incident, I presume, but the stewards will look into it as the cars still snake along there. Kushan there, followed by Sachetana Patirana, followed by Randika, followed by Mevan, and there you see, yes, and that's the cars there. Very nice, one following the other. There's no real incident, only in the first corner, there was the first lap. It's not really the place that you expect to overtake people, but unfortunately Adam has fallen all the way to the back. He's at the moment 10th, and from pole to 10th is not ideal. He should have moved across, in my opinion, but let's see. Adam is a long race, and Adam should be able to catch. We'll ride on board with Savi. Savi is catching drivers there. He's also getting to grips with the circuit. Saman Pereira is there in 6th place. Oh, and he goes into the wall there. It's a bit of a moment, and Afghan Nizam follows him, and I think Adam manages to get 2 places up on that one. Lucky boy, but he's a good driver there. We'll follow Adam because Adam has the pace today, and he's up on the back of Mahilal, and he's on the inside. Which way does the corner turn? No, that's just before the chicane. He does a switchback, not getting it as yet. Whoa, and what happened there? I'm not too sure. And the next person on Adam's on the pace there is Savi, Praveen Peter, Mevan, and those cars, they are all in a gaggle there. That's interesting to see. That is, Kushan Piris has been relegated to 3rd, and Randika has managed to get the lead, but the Corvette is pretty fast on a straight line, Sam. It's pretty fast. See, he took him on the outside all the way around. So the Corvette is really quick. It's interesting when there are different kinds of cars here which have different characteristics. The Porsche is brilliant because of its center of gravity around these twisted parts of the circuit. But the Corvette has the pace, has the legs on the straight. So it's a compromise in what car you choose. The organizers allowing you to choose 2 cars before at the beginning of the year, and you have to make sure that you take one of those cars for each race. So Kushan there, biding his time. He's a very, very astute driver. He knows what he's up to. He must be biding his time. We are still on the 2nd lap, and these cars not really extreme. They are quick, but they're not so lightningly quick like the GR2s. And I'm sure it would be a one-stop strategy. So there you see the input of the speed and the accelerator and the throttle and the brake. I'm sorry, what driver is doing what, and the amount of fuel the car has burnt, the tires they're using, and the tire where they have. So all that, giving all the information to each driver. We've got people watching live on the live stream as Kushan tries to get to the inside. It doesn't really work. Tries one way, tries the other, and something has happened to Sachetana, because Sachetana there had slowed down tremendously as Kushan comes down the inside, beautifully done. I told you he'll wait for his time, and Kushan manages to get the first slot again. Fastest driver has been Savi. Azam has now got the fastest time. So these guys are trading times now, and we ride again with these three drivers from 4, 5 and 6. All the cars very, very close to each other. No one has actually pulled away. The covert going down the inside, and Sachetana Patrana getting the better of Mevan Vikramasinghe. A little bit of banging. Sam informs the drivers to keep it clean. The drivers should be told to keep it clean, Sam. And Sam is on Discord there. That is a mistake by Sachetana, all on his own. No bumping from anybody. Everybody keeping it absolutely clean, as Sam from race control informs all the drivers to make sure that there is no argy-bargy on circuit, to keep it clean. We accept that there are little incidents that can happen, but on overall, I think the top two are pulling away a little bit, and there you see Randika hit the wall there, and Sachetana took the place. This one is a race race going all the way up and down, and Randika gets it wrong there, and unfortunate there. And in the process, Randika went off on his own, and Adam and Savi managed to get up another place. You just need to be cautious, just need to be careful, just need to pile the pressure up on the driver in front of you and expect them to make a mistake, as the big mighty Mercedes goes all the way around, and Adam gets it wrong there. He makes a mistake, and that's unfortunate. Adam tried to go one way, tried to go the other way. The change of direction was a little too fast, and he's lost quite a few places there. I don't see an incident there as well. So that was that, and Adam now trying to fight again with Afghan Nizam for the 9th place. It was unfortunate.
His mistake.
It was his mistake, Sam says. We will anyway look at the reviews after the race to see if there was any incidents there. And once you put two wheels on the grass, you are in trouble. The time now 7 minutes into the race, with just 4 laps done. This is a long race, Sam, and Afghan Nizam being challenged again. Adam on the inside, brilliantly done there, and 100 out of 100 to Adam for his effort in overtaking. But Kushan Piris walking away with this one. It's important for Adam to stay within a stone's throw from Kushan to keep his championships hopes alive. As we go back to Savi Ratnayaka, Savi is now a little bit on his own. He's got 2.5 seconds to catch on Sachetana. I'm sure he's getting into a rhythm now. A little bit of a difference from him from what he generally runs at home, which is not what he has now, because he didn't have a PlayStation, and we arranged for him to go to the Cmsc race zone and use the Cmsc simulator on the rig. Beautifully done. A little slow there. I think he mid-corner, he had a bit of understeer there, and he braked to keep the car in line, which was the right thing to do. And yet for all, he has caught Sachetana. He is catching Sachetana because it was 2.2 and it's now 1.8. I think the Corvette is very quick on the straights, and that he manages to pull away, but come the twisty turns and the uphill after the start finish, that's the point where the mighty Mercedes with the big power will claw in on the Corvette. The Corvette is not really great, as you see the car catching again. The Savi has now got up to 4/10 of Sachetana. Sachetana running wide again. The car sliding there again. Sachetana not getting the car right there. He made a mistake. The car was running wide there. The Corvette now has the legs on the Merc, but Savi is going to keep that car fair and square on the center of the circuit to make sure that he's going to be the widest Mercedes GT And there you see Savi is now third. Brilliant drive by the young man. Mevan Hags is on Kushan Peris's tail. Mevan Vikramasinghe. Is he the boy from Kandy, Sam?
Yes.
He's the boy sitting in Kandy. The beauty of e-sport is that you can sit anywhere in the world and be racing in the CMSC Race at Home Championship. You can be. We have Afghan Nisa, who's actually in Dubai. We've got Ashan, who generally takes part from Dubai, and you've got a host of drivers here who are taking part in different places in the world. So there you see Savi. He's got a 7.8 seconds to catch on Mevan. Let's see whether he does this or how he does this, and it'll be interesting. At some point of time, Savi's got to come into the pits, and we'll see whether he manages to do this. I can just see the car snaking a bit now, the gap increasing to Mevan. I think the tires of the monster of a Mercedes is going away from everybody. The other thing is that the Porsches generally in this GT3 class have been the car of choice, which is what Kushan and Mevan have chosen. The Mercedes is a gas guzzler for one thing. Also, the car is very, very fast, but it also takes a lot. But Sam, having said that, Mevan is coming into the pits, and he's for his first pit stop. It will be interesting to see whether Savi is going to come in. Savi is not coming in. He's going to do one more lap. Smart man there. He's going to go halfway or more, so that then his second bit is going to be faster. Savi needs to do a blinder of a run on this one to make sure that he comes somewhat closer to Sachetana and actually fuel up less than Sachetana if he is to make an impression here. But Kushan Peris, man of the hour, he's got more than quarter tank left in his circuit. He slides the car around. That beautifully done there. Slides the car out. He's got a penalty as well, 0.9 seconds. He will be able to get rid of that one, so long as he can stay ahead of Sachetana and Mevan. Mevan has come back out behind Sachetana, but it's interesting to see when Kushan does pit in the next lap for sure, where he is going to come out in relation to Mevan, because Mevan is the man who's been closest to him, and we need to see where exactly Mevan is going to be. So there you see the drivers all battling it there. Interesting to see how they're going to perform, and interesting to see how they're going to perform in this one, as we ride on board with Savi. He's still second. And he has to come into the pits very soon. We'll ride with Kushan because I want to see where Kushan comes out. Sam, you take over for a minute. So that was it, and in the pits, Kushan managed to come out behind Mevan, and 3.5 seconds behind Mevan. I mean, that is an amazing thing to see, because what happened there in the pits, I was following this up and watching to see where exactly Kushan was, and I'm a little surprised as to what happened to Kushan. Kushan is 3.5 seconds, he's still safe. And there was Shane Darren, who has done a pit stop and he's come out ahead of Savi Ratnayaka. Savi, I think, has done the pit stop as well, but he for some reason has delayed a little bit, and has come fourth. Great drive by the boy. But yet for all, we need to see what happened to Shane, what happened to Kushan, because these two guys, Shane Darren was nowhere in the running for before the pits, and is now third. And Kushan, who was actually leading the race, has dropped all the way down to 3.5 seconds behind Mevan Vikramasinghe. So, I mean, these are things that do take place. Brilliant driving by all these guys. Adam Junaid, what happened to him? Adam is now still trailing Praveen Peter. Praveen Peter is a new driver, Sam, but he drives very, very well. I'm very impressed to see Praveen Peter making progress. The car is also very beautifully branded as well. Adam Junaid now chasing Praveen Peter. As we go back to Savi has not made an impression as yet. He's actually dropped about 4 tenths from Shane Darren. Shane Darren has also dropped a little bit away from Kushan Peris. I mean, what is going on, Sam? Kushan was on a blinder of a run, and Mevan Vikramasinghe was from somewhere pulled a big stunt here. I think he underfueled. If you look at it, both of them have the identical amount of fuel, identical amount of tyre wear. Somewhere down the line, Mevan managed to pull the wool over poor Kushan's eyes. Yeah. And slowly but surely Kushan seems to be clawing in, and as soon as he does that, Mevan seems to be gaining that little time again. So it's like a seesaw here. When one gains it, the other loses. When the other loses, the other gains. So there's no movement in the gap. It's pretty much remaining the same. I'm not too sure what happened to Savi, because he was 1.5 seconds away from Shane, and now again I see he's gone down a lot from Shane. So that is not an ideal situation. And whoa, that car just getting so rugged there. I think for the next race, not today, but for the next weekend's race, I think Savi might need to change his car, because this car, I remember quite a few drivers who drove it last year suffered on twisty circuits. The Porsche in his hands, I'd love to see how these guys would have handled it, because 1, 2, 3 are Porsches, and the Porsche seems to be the car of choice. Kushan having eaten into Mevan's time a little bit there, but not really significant to make an impression and challenge him for the pole, for the win. But no matter what, they're still at it. And Shane Darren chipping into Kushan as well, but again not really making an impression. Savi Ratnayaka, brilliant drive from young man, but he's falling off from Kushan as well, but from Shane as well. But it's okay. It's his first time. I mean, you learn like this, and I'm sure he's going to be very impressed with his drive. We are very impressed with his drive. And Adam Junaid, who was leading this race, got bugged out in the first corner, wrong place at the wrong time, and ultimately now is fighting for the 4th place and trying to catch Savi. So that's the gap there. But let's ride with these two. Oh man, Praveen Peter trying to take Adam on the outside. Adam defending with every ounce of knowledge he has there. Adam clearly ahead, but Praveen Peter, I told you, Sam, earlier, Praveen has immense talent to keep this car on circuit, and that was an absolute testament to Praveen Peter's experience and his guts to keep that car pretty much on Adam's tail. That car, the Porsche, being the better of the two cars on its handling, yet the Toyota Supra, is it, Sam?
Yeah.
Yes, the Supra. It's not the GT86, it's a Supra.
Yeah.
So this Supra is also a bundle of fun to drive, and you can see Adam snaking, and that's the end of Praveen Peter. I spoke too soon. Praveen Peter went straight into the wall there. he's going to lose out a lot, and by the time he recovers there, it's going to be Sachetana who's going to be coming along. Another car which really lost out is Sachetana, and that car, because it was leading this race at one point, and now to see Sachetana is all the way at the bottom. Afghan Nizam is also there, sliding away there, and Mahilal follows Afghan into that little slide, the two of them, and Randika is also there, cars sliding away. I mean, what is going on? These guys have lost so much of tire or what? And Saman Pereira, the evergreen Saman, completes his 9th lap there. As we go back to Mevan and Kushan. Kushan has caught Mevan while we were watching Adam fight somewhere else. Kushan and Mevan, brilliant driving from Kushan. He bided away his time. He got there, and now Kushan is hassling Mevan. Amazing driving by these two, clean as they come, keeping it nice and beautiful. It's the cars are just, I'm holding my breath and forgetting what to speak as well, watching these two guys drive. Kushan just there, the green, white and red car, which is the same colors as he runs his normal race car at Katakurunda. Dhammika Motors branding on the side of it, I can see, along with our sponsors, House of Glass, Pit Pass, Lab 57 and J Homes. Amazing drive by them, going as quickly as they possibly can, scantering along. Kushan getting up to the A pillar. The next corner is a right-hander. I think Kushan may have the legs there. There's a bit of a bump there, but that's clean, that's okay. Kushan has to give because he's got a little bit of a penalty, and it's an unfortunate place to lose your penalty because you become a ghost for a little bit. And Mevan takes him on the inside there. This is clean racing as they come, as Kushan gets to the outside. Very, very nice driving by these two boys. And Kushan braking a little earlier, Mevan braking a little later, and to make sure that they don't hit each other. But amazing driving by these guys. As they go up the hill, they'll start climbing the hills now, and the pressure. Kushan trying to go right around the outside. Mevan, decent as he is, leaves space, but not enough there as Mevan goes round there. I think there was a bit of a touch, but that was to be expected because you're on the inside here and the car is going to slide out a little bit. Mevan kept it nice. He turned in right, and Kushan got a bit of a jolt on that, and he falls back to about a second and a bit. And we are on the last lap here. Kushan needs to scamper a little bit more, give us some entertainment now. And we ride again with Shane Darren and Savi. Savi is now 4th and Shane Darren 3rd, still in the same place as we ride again with Kushan. It's really close there. The battle is immensely close. We'll ride again with these two guys. Praveen Peter did I see two cars? No, it's this race. It's this one. Mahilal and Afghan. Brilliant driving by these two guys as well. Even for the latter parts of the positions, they are really fighting it out there. Afghan and Mahilal. Nice drives by these two guys. We'll ride back with Mevan because we're coming to the end of this first race, and Mevan leads Kushan by 7/10, and so Kushan needs to do something before this whole race is over, and he's got a few turns left before he can do that. And I don't think that he can, because if he could have, he would have. And we come to that last corner as Mevan Vikramasinghe slides the back of that Porsche beautifully and takes the win. It's a photo finish there. Whoa, it couldn't have been any closer. It was 5/100ths of a second separating Kushan and Shane Darren in 3rd, Savir Atnayaka in 4th, Azam Junaid comes in 5th. It's a reverse grid for race 2, and we'll be back with you shortly as we go into the second race of the AM class.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagasthara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
We're off on race 2 of the AM race 2, and into the first corner we had a little bit of argy-bargy, but everything seems okay. Afghan Nizam leads Randika, followed by Sachetana and Adam in 4th, Savi in 5th, Shane Darren in 6th, and Mevan in 7th, Saman Pereira in 8th, and that's your grid. Amazing start by Afghan, and Sachetana again in the mighty covert, trying his level best. Adam there getting a little, with putting his shoulders out there and making sure he gets his place, but Randika says nothing of the sort and gets it into 4th again. Somewhere down the line we've lost Savi's dropped down to 6th, and there you see all the drivers there. Afghan still leading the fray by 2/10, and Randika being hassled by Randika there, got it all wrong, and Sachetana goes round, Adam goes round, Randika goes round. Randika, beautiful aerial shot from the helicopter, and poor Randika gets rattled completely there as whoa, that was on the wrong side of the track there. Randika also there getting by Savi was on the wrong place there. He should have been on the inside because it was the wrong spot. Anyways, Praveen Peter again, Praveen and Savi having a ding dong battle there. And as we ride on board with Mevan and Shane, where's Kushan? Kushan has gone off, or where is Kushan? Kushan is last. Something has happened to Kushan.
Yeah.
What's happened to Kushan? Kushan was doing so well, and in this one he's gone completely off. I'm wondering whether there's going to be some kind of an incident there. And I'm not too sure what's happening. There's quite a bit of argy-bargy which went on, but it's all good as the Sachetana is being hassled there by Adam as well as Afghan. And Adam has managed to get the spot back. Adam right there on there turns it a little too early. I knew that was coming. He turned it a bit too early, and Afghan there, that was never going to end beautifully, as you had quite a bit of knocking on balls. But Mevan, before the lap is out, has managed to come second there, and that is brilliant driving by Mevan and Shane Darren. Sachetana is 4th, Praveen Peter 5th, and there is battle going along all the way up and down the order, as again Sachetana gets ragged there. It's just a matter of time, and I think there's the mighty monster, the big cat of the Mercedes gets the better of Praveen Peter. Praveen on the inside there. That was a beautiful line by Praveen. Nicely done, very clean by Praveen Peter, beautifully taken. On the switchback, he got it there. Sachetana Patirana again on the long straight is managing to stay away. J. Holmes, beautiful house of glass there, and lap 57 branding on the cars there as the Mercedes goes one way, then goes the other, and what's happened there? That car completely goes off there. I think he braked a bit too late. Savi braked a bit too late and had to run the grass there. He's just about been taken by Afghan as well. It's a mistake on his part, but that's okay. He's got a little bit more and gets it all into knots again. That's unfortunate. That car is a tough one to handle. We'll ride back on board with Praveen Peter, who's now hassling Sachetana. Sachetana in 4th. Shane Darren again there. Mevan now 2 seconds away from Adam. Adam scampering away by this race. Kushan Paris all the way at the back. I think Kushan may be running a totally different strategy here. I'm wondering whether it's going to pay off for him. He might be running a no-stopper. Sometimes you never know. Kushan pulls these rabbits out of the bag and doesn't really do anything other than just drive it and makes that time that he lost. he chipping in one by one. There you see him getting the better of Afghan as well. 7th place all the way up there. Afghan and Kushan having a bit of a battle there. That's the problem when you run at the back. And it's interesting to see what they're going to do here. These 3 cars, Afghan, Kushan and Mahilal, all fighting for points there. Praveen Peter. Where's Praveen Peter? Praveen Peter Randika. Praveen Peter has now elevated himself to 5 and he's chasing Sachetana. Meanwhile, Adam, Mevan and Shane Darren have got a clear lead and are battling it out. But these 3 guys are the ones to watch. Mevan is now 1.2 away from Adam. Adam being reeled in a little bit here and a little bit there, but he's managing to stay away. 7/10 now. Oh, what happened? Adam has had an incident and Adam's being taken by Mevan. Mevan is a very clean driver there. He gets past Adam. Adam, I think, has had a moment in the wall because he has a penalty. Fastest time of the day at so far, 2:03 from Mevan. And Adam there again, still having that penalty. He's got rid of the penalty now, so that's a great thing. Shane Darren catching Adam, but they're all about a second adrift from each other, perfectly positioned. The gap between Shane and Sachetana 5 seconds. The gap between Sachetana and Praveen Peter 1.4. Praveen again on his own. Kushan is now 6th, but he's a hard charging Kushan on Praveen Peter. Praveen might see Kushan in a couple of laps. Praveen will see Kushan in his rearview mirror and will have to up his game a little bit as these cars go up the Mount Panorama circuit at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Bright hot sun and Australian weather, beautiful there as he goes up the hill. You can see there, curbing it all the way, apex beautifully, turns in at the right point and brakes a little bit too hard at a certain point in the car, drifting a little, but that's okay. He knows exactly what he's about, and he's brought the lap time down by the gap down to 1.3. So there you see Praveen may have made a slight mistake somewhere. The consistency of Kushan Piris is what is bringing him in. Kushan now down again 2.5 seconds. I'm not too sure what is happening because Kushan was 1.2 away from Sachetana. Sachetana now. Oh, what's happened? Praveen Peter has actually made a mistake somewhere because Praveen Peter was in 5th place, has now dropped to 8th, and Sachetana is being caught by Kushan. So Kushan, although he started at the back, this is an absolute challenge for him, and there you see Sachetana running wide again. That is not going to help it. That's not going to cut it as Kushan now comes up to him. He can see Kushan flashing his lights and saying, "I'm behind you." I wonder whether people actually look at their mirrors and look at the flashing lights, and there's Sachetana 4 wheels off. It's not going to help your drive out of there. But there's another left-hander coming as there Sachetana runs absolutely wide. The pressure was way too much. Now we watch Kushan catching Shane Darren by 10 seconds. So 1, 2, 3 is just 1.2 seconds apart. Now the game is heating up because Mevan has now caught Adam again, and Adam, I hope, does not wilt under this kind of pressure because Mevan is a tough person. He's going to pile that pressure on Adam all the way, but Mevan also has Shane on his tail. But interestingly, you can see the input that Mevan puts into the car. The car is not drifting too wide. It is just on the circuit. It's very nice to see Mevan turning into the corner. He doesn't overdo it. He doesn't ride the curbs at all. He very rarely is on the curbs. Very nice to see him drive. He's still a second away from Adam. But in this whole event, Mevan is the one who has come up from the back and all the way to the front, along with Adam in this previous event as well, and winning the event by quite a distance. And Adam there, 7/10, J. Holmes, beautifully branded on this side of his car. We race as one, lap 57 and House of Glass all on Adam's car and everybody else's car here. Beautiful side shot there of the cars coming over the curb, getting very close to the wall. Nicely done, and I think Mevan ran that a bit too wide there. Adam lives to fight another day, as one would say. And we ride with Saman Pereira. We haven't forgotten the guy who's all three kids raced in the pro race there. Saman, although he runs at the back, 100 out of 100 for him for his effort and his commitment and his consistency in coming. He does have 3 rigs to choose from what I hear for today at home, but yet for all, he's driving beautifully. Afghan Nizam in that Porsche of his, 418 big his number. Savi Ratnayaka, unfortunate for him, he has a bad day in the office, and that car is not the easiest car to drive. It's a tough one, and he's given it his best as the others go in for a pit stop. I think Savi's tires have also seen better times. He's going to take this a little further up. I hope his strategy is different, but I must say, for a guy who's driven for the first time on a CMSC rig and never driven Gran Turismo, he's doing darn well. Adam Junaid, he has finished his pit stop, and I think he's going in for the undercut there. He's also had a moment with the wall, which carries a penalty of 1.5 seconds. Sachetana again in front, and Adam very smart because he's got a clear window between himself and Sachetana so that he can really put his foot down, pedal to the metal as he would say, and driving these cars completely on an e-sport mechanism, which is now considered one of the main sports in the virtual Olympics conducted by the IOC as well. So there you see Randika still 19 seconds away from Mevan. Shane very close now, very close to Mevan. These two guys have been at it right through. Adam, after the pit stop, dropped all the way down to 4th. It will be interesting to see where these two guys come out, because they can underfuel their cars when they come out of the pits. They wouldn't do one more lap. I think and this would be the lap that they'd come in. These two guys yet still battling it out. Their tires must be pretty shot. Yes, and they both come in. Mevan does the dummy on him. Mevan comes in and knocks the whole thing. That was unfortunate. He drove in way too fast, and Mevan is in the pits, but I'm sure that mistake he made when he drove in will cost him dearly, because that's what he needed, and Adam will take him there. Shane was smart. He did the dummy on Mevan. He followed him through, and at the last bit he pulled out. In an ideal world, that would not be allowed, because once you commit yourself past the white line, you're not supposed to cross it. So I don't know how the stewards will look at this one, but nevertheless, that one was a dummy that he pulled, and I think Mevan got caught, and Mevan got rattled by that one, and he did come out. He's come out 4 seconds behind Adam. So that was because of his very poor entry into the pits and hitting the wall there. Kushan has had a pit stop and is 4.8 seconds, 4.9 seconds away from Mevan, and he's 35 seconds. I mean, that's not something you can catch in 6 laps. Yet for all, never give up. Kushan will be edging and tinkering into Mevan's lap times. So Kushan's quickest has been a 2-minute 4:292, whereas Mevan has done a 2:03.667. So that goes to show the sheer pace that Mevan has. Mevan, I'm not sure whether he would be catching Adam, but yet for all, we wait and see. Early days still. We are halfway through this race, and as we see Adam 23 seconds away from Shane, but Shane is 1 pit stop short. And now I would imagine Shane to take the left lane into the pits, because he would have lost a bucket load of time on this particular lap. Yes, he comes in there, he brakes a little late, turns it in. The car only takes over once the car is in the pits. Let's see, he's really going to underfuel this car, because he's coming in such a late window. I mean, say two laps after Adam, he will take a lot less fuel in. It will be the question is he going to come out behind, he will be behind Adam, but will he come ahead of Mevan? That's going to be the question. I don't see it happening at the moment. Mevan seems to have passed the pit lane. Where's Kushan? Kushan too has gone out. He came out just behind Adam. So he did jump Mevan in the pits. So that was a brilliant strategy by him. in an ideal world, he would have a penalty, but we are not holding him to that one. But Shane Darren, beautiful drive by him. The boy took the pits at the undercut performed by Mevan. Didn't really work for Mevan there. The car is still, the tire is not warm enough. We are trying very well to see whether he's gaining on Adam. He's not really gaining on Adam, but Adam, from what I see, has a 0.7 second penalty. So Adam needs to lose that penalty, otherwise he will carry 1 second all the way to the finish. And if Shane is within 1 second of Adam, Shane will be adjudged the winner. So there you see it. Very early days, very interesting days, and there you find the car snaking around there as well. I'm hesitant to say anything and jinx anyone's drive, but Adam is keeping the car in the right places. He's increased the gap to 1.9. He needs to pull a gap as well as lose the penalty. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword here. As you see, Adam trying his level best to lose out that time. Mevan Wickramasinghe again chipping in to Shane Darren. He's 2 seconds out now. Kushan Pires in the second race has not made the impression that he normally does. Kushan is a brilliant driver, yet for all he's 15 seconds ahead of Mahilal. Praveen Peter 4 seconds behind Mahilal. Sachetana is about 7 seconds behind Praveen Peter. Randika is a little bit, about 1.2 seconds or 1.8 seconds behind Sachetana, and Savi Ratnayaka is about 38 seconds behind Randika. So Savi in this one has not been able to get the best out of the car. Yet for all, Shane has brought the gap to 1.2 seconds, whereas Mevan has brought it down to 2.2. So Mevan too is driving much faster than he was in the earlier bit, and he is catching Shane, and Shane has caught Adam slightly, but not adequate enough to get past him. So we've got 2 laps more to go, and Adam holds stead. He's got to lose his penalty as quickly as he possibly can. He shouldn't have anything there, because if Shane comes within 1 second of him and Adam doesn't lose that penalty, he's in trouble. So it's interesting to see what these guys are going to do. One's got to lift and the other's got to throttle it through and close that gap between the two cars. Tough days, amazing driving, and difficult decisions to make on both sides. They've got a lap and a bit as Shane Darren and Kushan Pires locks the quickest time of 2:03. Kushan has locked a quick lap there, but unfortunately he is still 4.7 seconds away from Mevan. I think that first corner of whatever incident that took place, which we will check on early when we come into the reviews, will show what exactly happened to Kushan, and we'll watch to see why it happened to whom. So again, Shane Darren running really, really quick on that circuit. He's right on the hooter of Adam, and Adam now having to do everything he knows to make sure that Shane doesn't get past him. The pressure that Adam must be going through is phenomenal, and the car is right in the block hole there as Shane Darren keeps it right on his tail there. Adam has about 6 tenths to lose. We've got 2 laps more to go as Shane Darren clocks the quickest time. Adam is there ghosting because he's got to lose that time. As soon as he starts getting off the gas and braking, the car is going to ghost in there, and Shane Darren is there on his tail to get round him. The Porsche is a far better handling car than the Toyota Supra, and Adam is keeping the car right on the block hole there. The positioning of Adam's car is brilliant. He's a young boy of 13, and he's driving this car like a 30-year-old with lots of maturity, I would say. and Shane trying everything he knows as well. These are all youngsters who've never raced a car in their lives on a circuit, here taking part in the e-sport event and trying to get the championship points which they so widely need. If this one pans out the way it is, I'm not too sure, because in the first race Adam also was a little further down. I'm not too sure exactly where these people will. And Shane made a mistake there, and that was, it cost anyone time or no time lost, Sam says. And Adam has now lost another 2/10 of his penalty, which is giving light to Mevan to catch these two guys. Now they're in trouble because Adam has Shane and Mevan on his tail, and that's going to be, got a lap and a bit. Oh, that's got very close, very, very close on that switchback. It didn't really work. I must say that Shane Darren is driving beautifully, keeping that car, and Adam is defending beautifully. And Shane, it's very easy for you to outbrake yourself and knock the car in front. Adam is driving the socks off this car, and it's really tough times because you've got Adam there defending his position, and he's going to get boxed in there, and he's got to lose that penalty as well. Shane drove amazingly well, and Adam kept the car on the right line as well, but he had a penalty to get rid of, and that's where it is all happening. Brilliant drive by these guys, amazing drive by Shane. We've seen Shane come out and pull a blinder in the best of times, but this is simply amazing. Final lap coming along. Adam Junaid is now under pressure from Mevan Vikramasinghe. Mevan, another driver who got the better of everybody else. Kushan was very close but has dropped 11 seconds. I don't know what happened to Kushan. Maybe he's tired after a late night yesterday, or what's going on, but something really didn't work for him. Again, these three drivers, any one of them can be the winner of this race. And Shane Darren, all credit to him. A couple of corners more to go, and then we are here. We are here to get this race done, race 2. Shane Darren there, as Mevan has a look down the inside. Adam takes the outside line, but he's got the drive, he's got the acceleration pressed very, very firmly, and these guys are all running on fumes as they come to the last bit of this race. Shane, I must say, credit to the young man as he pulls the blinder. Adam also gets there. Adam had a bit of a lousy race in the first one, and there it's not yet. Adam trying to press the loud pedal as much as he can, but it's not working here, and they are so close yet so far. It's amazing when these cars are all equal, as Shane Darren wins this race by a couple of tenths, 5 tenths, 6 tenths, and Adam comes second. Brilliant driving by everybody, and 9 tenths to Mevan. And Kushan Piris has now gone down to 17 seconds. I'm wondering whether he had a moment there, and yes, I think he has had a moment with somebody who was being lapped. And Kushan comes in 4th, Mahilal Piris comes in 5th. He weaves he does a big weave there. Praveen Peter in 6th. Sachetana comes in 7th place, yet to come round. Oh, there's a mighty cut on the corner there. And Randhika comes in 8th. There you see Randhika passing the checkered flag. Takes a checkered flag from there. Saman Pereira is a bit further apart, and Afghan Nizam as well as Savi Silva. Their race is done. But Shane Darren, there's the man of the hour, the man of the moment, and as they motor their way all the way down to the pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our sponsors, Lab 57, House of Glass, and J Homes, and we will be back with you in 2 weeks' time. on the 20th or the 27th?
20th.
27th.
20th.
Okay, on the 20th.